Good morning, everyone. All right, so some stuff to do today. Let's restart right now. No way. Okay, so we got work to do on Indy Griff. I think I'll put him at the end of the day, and we're gonna start on other work. Let me open up my calendar. Audible. Calendar. Okay, I did invoice Indy. I need to invoice Denver. And then right now I'm working on Indy. I'd like to have it done by Friday. That might be possible. Oh, did I get the dates confused? Well, that would explain it. God damn. My brain don't work the same way. Right. Okay. Then this will go for 2 weeks. And Jake's. There we go. All right. Do this. Boom, boom. Darlax. Well, I have my mentorship with Artemis at 9:30, so I'm going to have to get off here. Did he contact you this week about doing a mentorship with me through ICTC also? I don't believe so. But I was gone this weekend. I was in Canada. Canada. I don't see any messages there. So, fortunately, no direct response now. Yeah, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm a bit unsure of how that will work out. So anyway, just let me know what Artie says. But so far, no one has contacted me. Let's actually add that to my list. I'll ask him. I was also wanting to do one with you if you are interested. I am definitely interested. It may not be through ICTC, but that's certainly something we can discuss. Are you on my Discord server? Let's see. If you are not, let me get that link, and then you can reach out to me directly through Discord. We can kind of get that condo going. Never use Discord. That is all right. Let me just message you through Twitch then. Just one moment. and I'll send you my email. All right. Dun, dun. Do I whisper? I should be able to whisper you. There we go. So, there you go. So that's my email. That's a direct way. And then if you do get Discord, that is an invite link. It may not last forever, but don't worry. No need for Discord if you don't use that. Anyway, yeah, feel free to reach out, and I'll just be streaming today. Good luck with your class or your mentorship. I need to close this. Wait. Okay, so let's focus on just this week. Bam. Oh man, week's going by already. Can't believe that. How fast it's gone. Bam. I wish there were easier ways to organize my windows on Windows. It's like just a little unwieldy for sure. Let's send some photos really quick. Bam. Did we already respond to me? Okay, yeah. No, I see. Okay. Just lagging. We'll add a little photo of me. Hey, Joe, did you? Oh, yeah. Never mind. Where did you share the photo? Oh, I see. Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot of photos there. Hello, Morgan. Indeed, I did go to Canada. I went to Ottawa, the far land of Ottawa, which is pretty fun. Never been to Canada, and it's beautiful, especially this time of year. It was like just very, very picturesque. Everything was green and blue, and it wasn't. It rained a little bit the first day, which was surprising. Apparently surprising for the season, but it was so satisfying. I swear I had a folder. I'll come back to that. I need to make a. Why is it on that? Let's do a solid color for now. Turquoise. All right. Sounds so lovely. I've only ever been to Vancouver. Oh, okay. I always have to double check where places are. I'm like, Canada was really hard for me to keep in my head. I was like, where is it again? So here's Austin. Vancouver. Oh, all the way on the. Okay, so that's the West Coast one. And Vancouver. Yeah, I was on the opposite side. I was over here in Ottawa, which was beautiful. There was a lot of fun stuff to see there. I'll be sharing some photos on the Discord a little later. But I got to go to the museum, and then the wedding was out was it? I believe south. Yeah, it had to be south. Munster Prospect. Must have been a bit further south. It was about 2 hours. I don't remember any of these names. But anyway, I got to see Lake Ontario. Don't know if I'll get to go. Might shoot a little. Oh, in Montreal. Oh, okay. Heck yeah. Actually, Joe and I were talking. It's like, man, we loved Ottawa. And we're like, we have to go to Montreal now. It's beautiful. And our friend Andrew was telling us about it. I mean, look at that. How cool is that? It's like a little bit of Europe in the North America. And this season's definitely the time to go, when it's like not super hot. It's not, you're not dying. Um, okay, Camry. Oops. I missed everything you just said. The travel department walked to my office. Oh, you're in the office. Oh, sorry about that. But right now is a great time to go this season, because it's not winter and it's not. It's like, just nice. I bet fall is amazing too. Uh, you know, Northeast and the northern band of the North America is super pleasant at that time of year. Back in the office again. No. There we go. We'll do that. Then grab all the reference. Finished Calamity last night. I just started. It looks amazing. I was like kind of hesitating about it, and then I saw some snippets today, and I was like, I gotta go watch it. It would have been perfect to watch it on the plane. Oh well, I ended up reading that book over there. That was good. Is that book right? Over there. Look. Uh, yeah, that would have been like the perfect opportunity to watch it all. Because I did, yeah, it was probably a solid 18 hours of travel. Planes, and there was, last night was awful. Just the last one final delay, of course. 6 hour finale. Dang, we gotta get prepped. That's like a double show. Calvary. Bam. All right. It's a GIF. Interesting. It was probably the best game of D&D ever played in the history of the game. My goodness, that is uh, definitely some high praise. Brother saying something. Um, Well, then I will check it out for sure. I got to. I got to. All right. Interesting. I'll have to take some photos of this. It's a ZBrush file. Tried to watch it here at the office and I kept tearing up. Oh no! And I can't just be weeping at the office though. What's wrong? I did see someone comment on the Critical Role Reddit like, I cried twice. It's kind of fun to have one that you know is going to be a tragedy. I think that, I mean, Shakespeare. Yeah, it's what was so fun about it. Is Travis's family dead? I have to switch to webcam because I have to do some edits off screen. I'll do this and this. This one's fine. Boom. This one will need some editing. Then I got to take some pictures of everything else. Do 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 do. Sorry, I don't have chat open at this moment. I have to move this over here. There we go. Yeah, I hope it's interesting because of like that interplay between how do you have like a story that's like really moving and impactful and focused, I would say, and then balancing that with like role playing. Like that is such a hard uh balance to have, and sounds like they've really done it well. I kind of makes I love Matt, and I think he's a great DM, but it seems to me that the cast and him, or he wants to tell a serious story, but there's kind of a little bit of a goofier element there where they're all just kind of having fun, and I think that's totally fine, and that's a big part of my love for it. Um, but I do wonder if that will, if kind of Exandria will help them get to more uh I want to say focused, I guess, more focused role play. um because yeah, that would, I love the drama. And I want more of it. Brendan was able to pull seriousness out of Sam. They killed it every step of the way. Maybe literally, because it's the end. um, that is impressive. Yeah, I saw like just the way he was reacting. I was like, man, he is definitely taking this much more seriously. Um, which is so good because they're all so talented. It's like they all have that ability to make it serious, for sure. Like that's I don't think that's a question, but I think that their default state is to just have a lot of fun, uh, which is totally understandable. Well, I'm curious to watch Marisha's one shot this week. Oh, she has one shot. Oh, that's awesome. Marisha, she's my favorite. They're all my favorite. They're all too good for this world. Okay, so now we'll take this image, and didn't she do the honey? There was like a honey heist one. I believe she DM'd that one way back in the day. Honey heist. Hello, Camry. Hope you had fun in the land of syrup. Yeah, speaking of honey and syrup, I did. I did. I was in Ottawa, and it was beautiful. I'll be uploading some pictures to the Discord in a moment once they're actually downloaded. Um, yeah, there's like 180 photos to go through, but why can't I open them? That's the question. I click. I'm looking for a specific one. It's pretty funny. Excuse me. All right. So I got the folder set up. Oh yeah. So also good morning, Kyomri. So for the files that you had, do you have that ZBrush file? Are those? I actually assumed that those were like screenshots that the other commissioner was sending you, or do you have that 3D file? And if so, can I have it? If not, that's okay. I can work from a base avatar. I just or I don't mind starting from with it. Don't have any file of any sort. Sorry, that is a okay. I just wanted to confirm if you did or not, but that is definitely something that I can work with. Um, so if that's the case, then we are going to work on my base avatar that I've been making, and this is what we'll use to make Camry. Also, let me double check that reference. What's the name of the Avi thing? Reference. Okay, so it is Kyomri. So the name of your Avi is your name, Kyomri. Gotcha. That's what I wanted to double check. Kyomri. Yes. Okay. Right. Bada boom. Next, I will take a sip of Red Bull. And we're going to turn our attention to the base avatar that I made. Started somewhere. Where did I put it? There we go. Yeah, so we're going to finish making this avatar, which is in the works right now, but this will be the base body that we're going to use for Kyomri. Just going to get everything squared away. Right now, we got this little funny face. But I think we'll steal the hands, because I like the hands. And the feet. Those are worth using. So it'll just speed up my production time. I can always change them later too. Actually, I should say that there are changes I want to make to them. Actually, let's copy this whole Avi, bring it here, paste it. Boom. Hope the stuff I sent is adequate to start at least. Oh, absolutely. No, that's a very complete set of references. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. That is perfect. Boom. Right about there. So we're gonna have to make some boobage. If I just did these three, this, boom, boom. That's a little strange. It's got that spot there, so we want to bevel it. We'll do one more cut there. Gotcha. And then that's the base of the rib. And then this will be the boob. How many is this? Stats. 11. It only has 11 edges, so we need one more cut there. That way we can do this, make it a circle. Bam, 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 bam. Moving. It's kind of pinching though. Odd. Like a pumpkin. Oh, you're working on yours? No, no, no. I'm making a base avatar. So I like to start from a model it's like pre-built because it just saves time. Um, so we're trying to get one started, and then we'll be using it for your heavy. But we're having some troubles. I may or may not continue this. May just be kind of painful to do right now. Yeah. It'd honestly be easier to do the sculpture first and then create a base model off of that. I think. Okay, so let's try that. Subdivision. Sun will be, yeah, we'll just put it in. That work. Blender. Okay. 3. Heavy. Save. Then we'll make a cube. And let's double check the reference. Tomorrow's going to be tough because I am going to be tired. So I did have idea, don't know if it's possible. Is there any way to make human form shape keys by chance? If not, totally fine. That's definitely something I would charge extra for. But it also depends on what you're looking for. So like the ears, that would be easy to do. I could make the horns like detachable. That wouldn't be too bad, or like, non-human elements here. But as for the feet are tricky. Feet are tricky. Because you can't adjust the height of an avatar. Oh, sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. You can't adjust the height of an avatar after. You can't adjust the skeleton, so the feet would be a little bit difficult. I think you would have to have a separate avatar. You wanted the feet to change as well. Um, well, there are some ways to do it, but that's definitely something that it would cost a bit. Um, yeah, you'd have to have an additional set of bones using rotation constraints. um, Possible, but definitely an interesting challenge. And how tall is she? Or I think I asked that question before in chat, or in our Discord chat. Height. Yeah, how tall is your avatar? Oh, I mean, I can change the size later, but that's not something we have to have know just yet. But welcome, Aya. Good morning. Hello, hello. Should have scaled these all together. That would have been easier. Right now, I'm just gonna go for like 6 feet. And I'm just trying to scale everything to size of the body. So we can take this, and we can actually delete that now. It served its purpose. And we'll begin to adjust it. Let's duplicate this so we just have a backup. Oh, excuse me. Damn it. That's actually a one. But there we go. All right, now it's working. Now we can duplicate it. Boom. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So, something like that. But this one will turn off the mirror. Object, origin to geometry. G. This will be the body. The torso, I should say. Just place in all the basic shapes. Damn it. Why is it so... Why is it... I need to do more sculpting all the time. That'd be fun. Sculpting is very fun. It is. It really is. Let's do that for now. What's the big form we'll have to sculpt in? Rigging is what kills me. Yeah, rigging is a pain, a curse, even. Conrad Bracken. Hey, Bracken is that big demon Dame Mommy. Welcome, Kraken. Working on K. Omri's Avi. Dami Mommy. Ma'am? I mean, Mommy? I mean, ma'am? Yeah, I was looking at that. I was pretty excited by the video pictures you sent me of the 3D model or the 3D print. Super cool stuff. If anyone is interested in getting their avatar 3D printed, that is what Kraken is doing for clients. 3D printing their avatars, which is pretty cool, honestly. It's the best. I've got meetings with clients every day this week. Oh, wow. I am not surprised it's taking off. I mean, it's like, how does how do normal anime figurines even compare when it's your own avatar? You're like, that's mine. Like that's such a that is quite the feeling that I don't think that I don't think anything else can really compete with that when it comes to that kind of market. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in getting one made. I don't know when I can, but I'll probably just take the time to make a watertight version of the avatar and send it your way. Just have to decide which one I want to do. All right, we'll definitely steal the hands from another avatar. Keep that simple. Keep that working well. Look at that butt. Perfect. No need for change. Indeed, we spend literally thousands of hours in VR. And when you have take a headset off, all you have is a handful of screenshots. This people can have little pieces of themselves and their memories. Oh, that is a really good way to put it. And it's very true. It's amazing how much uh, time is invested into VR, but it's still not quite as tangible as so many other things that we do as people, as humans. Them cheeks. Okay, sorry to yell. I'm gonna get a Gracken action figure. Punch. Chomping action. Can chew through 12 plates of steel with them sharp twofers. Hello, Big Poop. Welcome, welcome. Wow. A Graction figure. It's perfect. Now you have to do it. Now you have to do it. If only you could easily add some like mechanisms in there. Kung Fu grip. Did you get a haircut? I did indeed. Went to a wedding, got a haircut. Bam, 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 bam. I was in Canada over the weekend. Ottawa. I don't know why I just yelled a bunch, but I just had to get it out. Just had to get it out. Ooh, what's going on with the face here? Wild. Yeah. We are working on movable models. There are some open source posable prints that we can merge with the avatars. Oh, that does make sense. I'll be right back. I need to blow my nose. That is definitely a solid amount of work, though. Making models that way. That is not a, or I should say that is a labor-intensive process. No, not necessarily a bad thing. Just it's definitely some work, which is good. It's good news for your artists. Or basically engineers at that point. What are you making? I am starting on a sculpture for this avatar. Oh, sorry, you were applying to Gracken there. I run an online business where we print people's VR chat avatars, like the one Sam is doing right now. Exactly. So, Kai Omri, quick question for you if you're here. So, like posters for walls and stuff? No, when he's saying printing, he's talking about 3D printing. So, I do have an image I'll just show. So, like this. It's like a 3D printed version. Statues and figurines. Exactly. Exactamundo. All right, let's go ahead and start sculpting on the face. Oh, perfect. So for the model, I noticed that the horns here are different than they are on the 3D model here. So I just want to confirm what specifically you're looking for, because I see the ears here, but this one has like double horns or two sets of horns. So there's four spikes. What would you prefer? That was a redesign at the time. I prefer the ones on 3D render. Perfect. Okay. All right, so we're going to do about an hour or two of sculpting, and then I have to move on to another avatar. Whew. It is dusty. Um, but we will begin to get the face all set up. Kind of lock the general shapes into position. Dun, 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 dun. Right about there. I have to do this. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Mm. We just want the general shapes. We don't need much more than that. Because we just want to book in full body, the horns, and a few other things. And then we'll move on. All right. That should be a bit better lined up. Just a bit. Just a wee bit. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Reminds me of an Elder Scrolls character right now. There was a statue. I went to the Museum of Ottawa. It's already looking 100 times better than I would make within 4 hours. Well, I just know all my shortcuts, all my secrets. Not secrets, just habits, really. I was actually talking to someone earlier about doing mentorships, or it'd probably be a class. So if anyone's interested in that, I may start talking to people about it and seeing what there's interest for that. But I kind of have to decide on. I think I would just focus on like avatar making, because, or something like that. Just so it's a little more. It's more of a, what am I trying to say? Goal. Or maybe just learning Blender, something like that. Yes, it's perfect. About there. Toblerone head. To be careful with making it match the reference exactly, because it's not orthographic view, it's just a perspective view. So things may not quite line up the way I expect them to. Na, 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 na. Okay. That is. Uh, 0.0015. Okay. Now we can start adding some detail. Tend to make sure all the general shape lined up before we could go in and make some nicer shapes. Look at that beautiful gin. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Whoa. Upside down now. I'm learning to code myself, and I'm making a game myself in the meantime as well. Oh, heck yeah. Are you no longer working with that other guy, your collaborator? I'm still working with him, yes, but I really want to learn myself. Hey, that's super fair. Coding is awesome. It's super cool, super useful. Something I definitely struggle with. But it, like, literally helps everything. Like you can run scripts in Blender too. Like if you knew some simple, I think it's JavaScript. Um, you can make little scripts to do things for you in Blender too. I don't know. It's just such a art's magic. But then there's like a written magic. I don't know how to describe that. I'm just kind of getting esoteric there. Why is it pinching here? All right, so it's more of a pucker. This. That. Draw this out. Then cut it down. Pretty sure. Oh, that's right. Python. One of those things. Magic. Let's change the mat cap. Yeah, that's a lot easier to see. Lumpy head. All right, let's make some eyeballs. You right about there. A little bit bigger. A little bit more in. And now we continue sculpting. A little bit easier to have something there to work with for this. Hello, Albin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, blah, blah. Welcome. Working on making a little sculpture today to start this avatar off. Hope you're having a fantastic morning so far. Do you know where I could get some like slopes and stuff like whoops? Yeah, for Unity for like testing only. Evening for me, but thanks. Oh, okay. Well, good night or good evening, man. Slopes and stuff. Uh, Not particularly. I think you could search the asset store or Sketchfab, just one of those general like sites. Um, though Sketchfab may require some cleanup, um, some actual like making a collider and stuff like that. So hard to say what's your fastest route to that. Um, could of course just always make them, but um, I don't know if there's just like general assets. Usually there's like prototyping assets in Unity. Unity Asset Store, something like that. Well, just try to round that out a little bit. That. Then couldn't find them on the asset store. Oh. And we'll try to just pinch the face in a little bit more. But slopes and ramps should be relatively easy to make in Blender. But there's also there is something called, I forget what it's called, Pro Builder, something like that in Unity, and so you can kind of quickly mock up um, models inside of Unity, but it's not like Blender. It's not as easy to use as Blender, or it's kind of easy to use. But good morning, Pods. Um, but you could probably easily block things out and test things inside of Unity with it, which is its whole purpose. Its whole purpose is to quickly and easily test things in Unity. U Builder, Pro Builder, something like that. Just the point. It's not a point like that. It's a point to the side. And it's just kind of pinching. Why am I getting these little poles? Don't like that. Whoa, that's the wrong thing. This thing. So a little bit nicer. Smooth that out. We need to push this part in. Or, yeah, this a little bit. is that concept art I see floating around the background, the white plane with the X's and check marks. It's yeah. So these are some notes from the client here on what they're looking for, and this is actual reference here. This was a prior 3D model that the client had commissioned from someone else, and so this is what kind of the main reference here. I don't think that model was ever finished, so I'm kind of picking up to finish that project, which is fun. But you're remaking it from scratch, correct? Yeah, we don't have access to that previous model, as I understand. I click sculpt mode, click it again. Then I click it the fourth time. This looks like an expensive model. As long as it doesn't, it generally falls into my same process pricing. Um, in the future, I'll probably differentiate them, but right now, it's not too bad. I'll still rely mostly on the low poly for final form. I need my I think you said something like 6K, right? I know. I charge 600. 6K would be maybe one day, but it is not this day. I think I would need some like I would need to be quite famous to charge 6K, I think. Well known at least. Not necessarily famous, but people made that much from models. Some people do. Some people do. But that's definitely a rare position to be in. What was it the yeah, there's some not safe for work Patreons of 3D character models, 3D character artists, and they make a lot. They make a lot. Um, they make mucho. No, you're totally fine, Alvin. The eyes to be sharper. I think I need to adjust this. There. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah. Yeah. What kind of drawing tablet do you use? I use a Galmo. Yeah. Here. Well, and this is the brand model right there. Galmon. But yeah, it just looks like this. It's a little like kind of Wacom style. It's pretty cheap though. I think I got it for like $200, something like that. Wacom Do not buy Wacom. Do not buy Cintiq. They are garbage. They are overpriced and bad. They're genuinely, their drivers break all the time. Oh yeah, I forgot to switch back to here. I used to have an old Wacom 3. Yeah, I used Cintiq and Wacom for a long time. But I just got so frustrated dealing with their drivers breaking pretty much every other month that I had to switch. I've never looked back. I have a 2013 Wacom Intuos. Oh heck yeah, that's one. That's one I had. Um, Gonna move the jaw in a little. Yeah. Here. Looks a little bit too real right now, or like realistic. I want to hit that stylized. I never like drawing while not looking at my hand. It's definitely takes some getting used to. I do personally dislike working on tablets. I would much rather um, work with in real life. I mean, that's not quite possible with sculpting. Or I guess technically it's possible, but not easily. Um, but for drawing and stuff, I'm really trying to just start on paper. I have really hurt my body over the years working on tablets. Everyone who's hey JC, welcome, welcome. Um, yeah, everyone who's working on digital art and stuff, please make sure you have a correct setup when you're working. You can really permanently mess up your body. uh, no joke, no exaggeration there. You will hurt yourself. If you're experiencing back pain while you're drawing, you need to figure out a different setup right away because it's not going to get better. It doesn't get better. It just keeps getting worse. Anyway, that's my rant. It's too pinched. I want to move it because of one. And I need to bring out the flip too. And maybe a little bit too extreme right now. And we'll do a little line here. How long does it take to retopologize models like this? Probably about 4 hours, I would say. Especially since I know what I'm looking to do. I think like retopology as a whole can just really vary and just be very different per model. But for a humanoid or human model, probably about 4 hours. That's not including texturing though. That's just the mesh work. I'll make the eyelashes a separate mesh. Yeah. Eyelashes will be separate. This needs to be a sharper pinch. This needs to be a sharper. We're getting there though. It's getting closer. It's like 60% there. 4 hours, that's not too bad. Yeah, I think well, specifically I will there's a add-on that I got where you can take like a mesh and kind of slide it onto your target model, your target sculpture. So that has really helped. Quick question: what are your texture sizes usually? For avatars, I target 4K. 8K is too much, but 4K is pretty good. But you probably only want to have like 3 to 4 materials at the most. Looking forward to seeing you rig the mouth. Always have a hard time doing that. Yeah, I bought a little add-on for rigging the mouth. And last week I rigged well, no, I did a little bit different face rigging, but yeah, I'm looking forward to showing that as well. It's pretty fun process. Um, that's like really where the character starts like coming to life, which is always the most satisfying aspect of making VR chat avatars. And what other art do you do where your character literally literally is like moving around and looking at you? Or someone becomes that character. Nothing. There's nothing like it. Oh, it's looking pretty close. We're definitely heading the right direction. A little bit more work to do, but we're getting there. Head lumpies. Yeah, I'll probably do the horns as a separate mesh at first. So go back to that too. Speaking of coming to life, I always find myself mimicking the face I'm creating, being drawing our models. Oh, absolutely. The like drawing funny faces look. Hard to resist. Hard to resist that urge. It's very human. Okay, we're gonna look at these a little bit closer now. Now that we got the general stuff all squared away, let's get in at some detail. Right about there. Okay. Da, 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 da. Something like that. Then we're going to use our multi-plane scrape tool and invert it. Should be a way to do this. Tool, stroke, or is it the plane angle? We'll do 180. Nope. Nope. How does that work again? Whatever. We'll do it a different way. We will masking it won't really help as much as I'd like it to. We'll just use this. Scrape. This is the hard part for sure. Trying to get everything all lined up. Yeah, most of the work's going to go into the face today. Can't really do anything else till that's right anyway. Ooh, tea? I will definitely be getting some tea soon. Some tea. I want tea. Let's take this and we'll pinch it back that way. This is going to take a little bit for sure. Alright, the nose is smaller. The lips are almost the right size, but the nose is definitely smaller. Like about there, and it's higher too. Right about there. Same. I think the whole face is a little bit, or maybe the eyes are bigger. It's actually more accurate. So, big eye. Perfect. I don't want to do any pinching until I'm done. Okay, we will mask. We're going to use a mask. Where's the fall off? Sphere. Something kind of like that. Invert it. Mask. Sharpen. Then we will do, we'll just do draw. Actually, push in. A ways, even more. That, clear it. Smooth it. I wish it didn't blend. Not as much. Better. Head in there. Profidor. Some drama I don't want to get into, lol. Oh, did I miss something? I must have missed something. Profidor, how come the last commission didn't work out? I see. T. I totally missed that somehow. It's already starting to come together. Indeed. Indeed. Get those lips flattened. Flattened. Then we just kind of want to move this down this way, this up a little. This, like that. Then that. Getting there. Pitch these. Make them nice and short. There. All right. Getting close. Is this a commission of a character that already has a model, or is that a reference because it's similar enough what they want? So this is a there was a previous model that was made but was not used moving forward. We don't have that model itself, so we're kind of recreating it. Um, so, something like that. Right about there. Wham, 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 wham. That reminds me of a geisha mask, or no, like those Japanese masks. I wonder why it was never used then. I think there was just some other things that couldn't preventing it from happening. But look forward to continuing where work was left off. This time we'll use a bit sharper. That's like push. Like that. M. All right. So definitely a little bit sharper than I'd want. We will have to do one more high resolution pass on the model. So let's focus on other details, and then we'll return to the eyes, because that'll be like kind of probably the last piece of the puzzle. Last puzzle piece. Okay, and the whole jaw is a little too big. Yeah, bring that up. Ooh, that looks good. Okay, that's helping it come together. Dun, dun, dun. Actually, I wonder if I could just do. Let's make it red. Perfect. Is it a tiefling of some kind? I believe it's more of like a demon character. Let's see. What's the reference say? Just like a personal avatar. I'm not sure if there's like a specific fantasy inspiration or Oni. Maybe it's an Oni. I think Kyomri's around, but I have to ask. Do you ever find that you have to reduce poly count after sculpting? Yes, and that's why I do everything separate, as separate pieces. It's a little bit easier to, if you have like specific. Sorry, what's up, man? There we go. You can just focus on doing certain pieces of the body at a time, and then at the very end you can bring everything together. And if I really need to, I'll just have the head as a completely separate piece, um, which is useful sometimes. Set origin to geometry. I'll parent the eyes to the head. But yes, poly count is definitely a concern in sculpting, because it can really just kind of slow your roll. uh, Sorry if this personal, but how do you get your clients from the start? Did you go into VR chat and tell people and such? That's not personal at all, and I definitely don't mind sharing that information. There are a few places that I get clients. One is the VR chat traders, as in like merchant, Traders. Um, and there's a whole Discord devoted to people finding clients and creators. So, and it's active, very active. And then currently, I've been getting a lot of work from people contacting me through there, and then TikTok. So if people come across my work on TikTok, sometimes they'll reach out. I would just say that's like social media in general. It just happens that TikTok, I get more views on TikTok. So people, or so it's basically or Discord or social media. Um, yeah, I would definitely recommend if you're interested in it, checking out VR Chat Traders Discord. If you just Google that, I believe you'll find it right away. But it's super active. Like there are new posts every day of people looking for avatars, and it's cool. It's like there's nothing. It's so amazing to see like such an active community of art and creators. Like not even DeviantArts. I mean, DeviantArt's pretty popular, but it's totally different than other art worlds I've been a part of. Um, your best commercial is just watching work. Oh, thank you. If I have any questions, just DM me. I'm off to work. Sounds good. I hope you have a great day at work, Omri, and I'll definitely message you if I have any questions. And I'll send you an update later today as well when work finishes, or when I pause work on the avatar. But yeah, Albin, if you are looking to become a VR chat avatar creator, Frofador is a creator here as well. Bracken is involved in the community as well. VRC traders with a spinning speech bubble logo. Yes, that is it. Yeah, there's no other in my opinion. There's no community like the VR chat creator community. And I think it's really actually kind of exemplary of what the metaverse, you know, big air quotes on metaverse will be. um, hey, no problem. Yeah, wish you well. If you have any questions or anything, just let me know. Definitely want to help out any fellow creators that are out there. I struggled for a long time looking for work, and VR chat has been extremely kind to me. Metaverse. Metaverse. Just know that, like any internet community, there is drama in VR chat. um, it's. I think that it's pretty easy to stay away from because it's mostly like um, friend group drama. Um, but all internet communities can be dramatic in their own way. That's just how it goes. It's just people. Just people. Are you in VR chat, Albin? Or already? The character looks a little bit older than I'd like. Just different kind of age. More like a mature version. Oh, that's why. It's because I had these creases around the nose. That'll definitely do it. Nose and mouth. Yeah. If I flatten this a little bit, that will help. Ooh, getting quite close. Nice. I was back in 2017, but I was pretty much just testing out a model made for like 2 to 3 hours. Okay, heck yeah. That's how the addiction starts. we're like 80, 70% there. I'm sure there's going to be more work to do on this face because that's just how faces go. So I think it's time we turn our attention elsewhere. On the body, let's focus on the torso. A little bit higher res. Have you ever tried ZBrush or have you moved entirely to Blender? I have tried ZBrush and I really do not like its interface. I'm not saying it's bad, I just was not able to get used to it. And since I already do everything else in Blender, to me it just feels more natural to do everything in Blender. But there are certainly some advantages that ZBrush has. There are some tools and ease of life. I would say that the quality in ZBrush is quite good. I think you can match that quality in Blender, but it's not necessarily as straightforward. A lot of stuff in ZBrush, it just kind of works. Where you can still get into some technical hell with with uh, uh, with Blender. Attempting to take on commissions with no rules or unasked rules result in a ban. Welcome back, Big Poop. Yes, so sorry, I should have clarified, but you do have to apply. So you if you have work that you so two things. First is if you don't have a portfolio already, you'll want to kind of make that. So just make an example avatar, show that it works, and then you basically apply to get that role. Um, uh, yeah, I would definitely recommend do having. You want to make sure that you're comfortable with the work you're going to trying to get. So um, definitely make an avatar. Um, just use that as an example. I can make models, but I'm new to the whole VR chat thing. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I would just go ahead and make one, see what it's like, see what that whole upload process is like. But once you have a working one, it's pretty straightforward to get that role. Uh, but there are definitely. Oh, I just started getting my ArtStation up and running. Hey, congrats, Fedora, nice. Um, good to hear. Put this right here. It's a reference for the bidet. Of course, we got to get those hips. Always love me some hippies. Gotcha. I have that severely messed up broken one from 2017. Oh yeah, go ahead and post that. I'd love to take a look. Pro Fedora. Oh wow, that's amazing. So here's Pro Fedora's profile here. That is intense. That is an intense model. Give you a follow as well. Wow, very cool, my friend. I'm surprised you're not swamped with work, honestly. I think you could get quite a bit of work in VR chat for sure. Um, these are very cool. There are shows, so I haven't advertised myself yet. That's fair. That's fair. Uh, but yeah, I think you'll once you are you'll be getting more. These are very clean designs. Um, uh, VCAT. So there are like, I guess it would be like runway shows for avatars, and I think I'll be trying once I have some products to sell, because usually you're advertising like a model you want to sell. Then I'll be doing that. But this is super cool. I'm gonna give you likes on all of them. Bam. This one I really like. Dun, dun, dun. Bam. Oops. My OCD makes everything clean. This is definitely clean. Um, don't don't stress yourself out too much though. It's hard. It's hard to. I mean, art's definitely one of those areas where you just want to keep revisiting things. Yeah, we've talked about that before. I won't rehash it, but yeah, those are looking good, and I think you will definitely find people interested in your work, and especially for I think long term as an artist, I will want to go into make selling avatars. I won't. Commissions are good, and I think they'll always be a part of what I do. Um, but the long term growth is in selling avatars, and I think yours would sell quite well because there's I've never seen any avatar like that, so I think people would be very interested in purchasing them. The very least, you'll have one customer, me. Ah, boobs. They're so hard to do. So hard to get right. The curse. So yeah, if anyone's wondering what I did right there, I just joined my separate mesh to this one piece of sculpting and then remeshed again, which is a nice way. Someone was asking about poly count earlier. That is a way to do it. In the words of the Tretz guy, damn it, these fish sticks on your tits. I was just watching that literally like yesterday with my brother. I can't say everything on stream, but it's a very funny video. That's my dad. Oh shit. Dun, 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 dun. Um, were the boobs subdivision modifier boxes? They didn't look like sphere primitives. You are correct. So in fact, I always. Oops. What did I just do? I clicked something on Discord there. But yeah, I have my little. This is like my backup one, and if I ever need a new limb, I just duplicate this one. But it is a box with the mirror and subdivision on. But yeah, that's my general starting point. It's a lot easier to block out the first chunk of work for a body, for me at least, with just sphere primitives. Really takes a lot of the pain out of the process. One of my never mind. Talk about that a different time. There's also something called face sets. I was surprised at how seamlessly you merge the meshes. Spheres have sort of strange topology. Yes, they do. Um, Usually, with making a sphere in Blender, I always use a cube. Because if you subdivide a cube twice, apply it, Tab A, Shift Alt S, and then you do this operation called to sphere, bam. Now you've got pretty much a perfect sphere, but it has better topology. Um, because the UV sphere is really awkward to work with for most practices or most kind of things you're looking to do. It's not a very nice layout. And we're doing the same thing with the butt now. I'm just going to go ahead and merge it as well. So we get them cheeks squared away. Get all this stiff. All them things thinging. I'll merge the legs in a second too. So the pelvis right here. It looks like the tummy's kind of separated. that. Or the abdomen. Something like this. I took a human model from Sketchfab, which is rigged, and I started scaling it, and it was fine. But I removed the camera that was attached to the model. Now I can't scale in Unity. Do you know what happened? Most likely the model was parented to the camera. I would recommend using the command Control A and apply your transforms, your scale, and all your transforms, and then you should be able to move it after that. If it's still parented to something, you would want to hit Alt P and clear the parent. Clear parent and keep transform. It's usually the one you want to do. Oh yeah, there's a tail. I have not made the tail yet. And we'll move it like this. And yeah, we do need to merge the legs now. It's time. Control J, tab, sculpt, Control R. Boom, 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 boom. So we just got to get some of that mesh looking correct. But, ooh, did that work, Big Poop? Big Poop? Oh man, merged right here. That is not good. Crap. How do I fix that? Dang it. Dang it. That's not good. I could remove the legs, remake them. Or I could just move the merged part up. Can I? Oh, I could also do sculpt mode. Box trim. Box trim. Like that. How dare they? I had straight in Unity, but not Blender. But anyways, I got to get another model because these bones are all rotated 90 degrees, 180 degrees. They are messed up, IDKY. Yeah, it could be a few different things. That could be a challenge. Let's increase the res and remesh. Okay, now they're no longer fused. Oh, I don't want to do that, please. Fucking Microsoft. Want to open this random menu? Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, I'm still in the box trim. Oops. Yeah, for the model, the bone rotation, there are definitely other import settings for models. So you might be able to just change a few things to get that rotation fixed. It also may not be a problem in Unity. So if you're just looking to rig something, may not actually be something that prevents you from working with the model. And, all right, let's try to get this all sorted out. GLB format 4. It's just another 3D model format. So different programs use different types of 3D model formats. I believe GLB is generally used for like web applications, like Sketchfab. I think there is an importer exporter you can get for Unity for that type of model. But either way, you'll be able to get it into Blender, and then export it from there. So, which is generally what I do when I'm doing something like that. Make that bigger so we can get nicer, smoother crease. Like that. Now let's focus on the back. Okay, so it is 11:35. I will be stopping in about 20 minutes and going to lunch. Then when I get back, we will be focusing on another new avatar, Quest avatar this time. So I'm looking forward to working on that one. It's actually for a previous client you may recognize, but I'll save that surprise for when I return. But I probably have I'm going to do it a little bit early because I think I'm going to have to drive to get lunch. So I will have to actually go get lunch. It's not ideal. Yeah, she's looking good though. Those looking good. Definitely heading the right direction. For a rough draft, I think we can finish the sculpting tomorrow. For sure. At least the majority of it. And a lot of the detail work will end up in. Oh, thank you, Albin. But yeah, sorry. I'll be heading to lunch about 10 minutes. Sorry, that was a bit preemptive on my part. But yeah, just gotta think about what next steps to take. Ooh. The hair we will not sculpt. Yeah, there's no reason to get the normals. We just need to. We'll just make the low poly version of that right away. The outfit, we'll also just go directly to low poly with that one. So it's just the body that will be sculpted. Just the body, which makes it a lot easier to work with. I think I really suffer on sculptures when I have to sculpt everything. That gets a little tedious. But for the body, you can get through a body, just a nude body sculpture pretty quick. All right, this is looking good now. Do you know how I can reset the layout in Blender? Yes, that should be. You can just make a new layout tab, with the little plus icon right here. Oh, no problem. No problem. It was so interesting being in Canada, because I was not quite aware of how much French is spoken in Canada. Like in Ottawa, it is primarily French that is spoken there, which is pretty cool. I just generally did not know that. Most of it's French. French everywhere. Yeah. The food was amazing. I got a cornetto. I think it was the first cornetto I have had, and it was so good. It was like I forget what the filling was called. Plantain? No. Something with a P. Anyway, it was delicious. Highly recommend Ottawa to anyone who is looking to visit places. Arawada. I'm going to change the madcap. I have a hard time seeing now. That's better. The breasts, I'm not too worried about if the breasts aren't perfect, because they'll be a lot easier to fix low poly. So I'll just kind of wait till we're there to really get that all cinched in. All right. Looking pretty good. The head is a little bit too small. No, I think once we get the hair and the horns in, it'll look correct. Do, 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 do. There we go. Then we'll slap on a mirror mod and go to the curve settings so we can turn on geometry. And we'll get like a general tube. Then we'll go to this one and turn down the radius. Get a nice point. I think we'll extrude it slightly too, so it's kind of flattened. That, yeah. Yeah. Then we'll rotate this. That. Do you know how I could turn these kinds of lines off when looking at bones like the XYZ coordinates? Yes. So you'll just want to, if you have a skeleton, you'll click the skeleton icon, and then it'll have a viewport display, and then you're just looking for the axes button. When I press random buttons, I got it. Nice. Quick question. In Blender UVs, how do I unfuse two verts? Should be V, the V as in Victor, and that will rip it. So just like in 3D, you can use V to rip it. The other option is to only select certain portions of your mesh in the 3D view. And that way you can move the one part of the fused section away. Just only make visible what you want to move away, if that makes sense. I have different key bindings. You should be able to just access it from your menu. So let's see if I can make a cube tab. So yeah, if you, rather than using V or the rip option, which is UV rip move. So that's the name of it. You can always just search it. F3, it brings up a search menu, and then just UV, or probably just rip will do it. UV rip move. Well, yeah. So that should work. And alternatively, you could just find that face in 3D and move it, and then it'll be separate. Which menu should be... Not everything is in a menu, unfortunately. So I don't know. But again, you can do the search option and just F3 for search. Merge, split selection. Maybe split. No, I don't think that's the right one. I'm a bit unsure. Oh, right here. Sorry. There's actually a little option for it. Rip region right here. So I believe you can just select it and move it. But yeah, there's this little button for it in the toolbar, which if you don't see, it's a T to move it in and out. Oh, no problem. Different key bindings. Are you using the 0.79x keys? 2.79x. I'm using industry standard because I've used Maya for like the last 10 years. Yeah. I do not know the Maya keys at all. It's like maybe one or 2 months learning Maya, and I was like, I don't get it. And then Eevee came out for Blender, and I was like, I'm going to Blender. There's a lot of default Blender keybinds I can't stand. That's super fair. Like WER for move, rotation, scale makes more sense to me. WER. Interesting. Were. Same, but that's because I'm a 2.7 boomer. I'll just have to move this one bit there. That'll be strange to paint in or sculpt in. And then just, yeah, that. How can I like set the origin of something in Unity? Because the move XY lines are like miles away from the mesh. Gotcha. So in Unity, they have a menu. If you're clicking on something in the inspector, you have just like this location here. You can just hit 000 into the location, and that will move it to the origin. So you're just manually saying the origin is always 000. You can just set it there. The only reason I use Blender because I started using Common Sense at 2.8. That's fair. You know my mortal enemy for Fedora. I mean, Blender's definitely getting a lot more traction in the industry. Than it ever has before. Hopefully, they start making some more sensible decisions moving forward. The king is back. Welcome, Cotton. Welcome, welcome. I am back from the syrup land. I put it all at 000 now. I can't move or scale the mesh. Lol. And this is in Unity. So Unity does have trouble with scaling things when they're nested. Like if your object is nested all the way a few layers down, then by the way, you're still taking in commissions. I am still opening up commissions. I'm like a few weeks out, but I definitely would want to slot you in. Absolutely. Every single 3D program uses the same interface. Why Blender got to be different? It's the hive mind. Blender's little hive mind. Even when I try to move it, the coordinates move, but the mesh don't move. And that's in Unity. Something else could be acting on your object. If there's something like a position constraint or something like a script, that could change how it's working in Unity. But here, I'll open Unity really quick to show you what I mean by nested. Oh, awesome, Cotton. Yeah, I'd love to make Cotton, bring Cotton to life. Actually, interviews with the creator of Blender before that. The ones were based on ergonomics. I do like the hotkeys, but I can totally understand having a different preference for them. And it's just annoying because there are so many things that can be hotkeyed. Wait, I got it. Okay, perfect. Um, Sorry, I was clicking on my mesh, but it wasn't selecting the right one. Yeah, Unity will do that. Its selection order sometimes really annoying. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad that worked out. Yeah, we're getting there. I think we'll finish the sculpture tomorrow for sure. All right, then that is pretty close to lunch for me. I'm glad Blender has a built-in industry standard key bindings, but they miss out on binding most of the tools. And there's a lot of commands that are just not anywhere you would find in a menu. Like they're just floating in the search bar ether. Okay, I am going to call it here. I'm gonna go get some lunch, and I will be back in an hour. So it's not the end of the stream, but it is the end of the morning section of the stream. But I appreciate everyone hanging out with me. It's good to see y'all and chat up on Blender and VR chat and stuff. And yeah, Cotton, feel free to just follow up with me on Discord, or I'll reach out to you. And yeah, in the meantime, everyone have a good lunch or dinner, and I'll see you in an hour. Bye, y'all. Bye. Where's my? There we go. Hello. I return. Sorry for the delay, y'all. It took me a lot longer to get food than I thought it was going to. We are completely out of food in the house. I need to go shopping. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Oh, I have to send Camry the updates. Tom. All right. And there we go. So we're going to start another new avatar today. Work on it till 3. So it's just an hour worth of work. And then we'll switch to Indigriff. Oh, thank you, Frofador. Thank you, Camry. I sent you some images, Camry, of where the sculpting ended up. Where was the other? EB. All right. Do this. Hello, Big Poop. Okay. Oops. Just gathering some reference right now. Interesting. This should be doable, but we shall see. Might be 2 avatars. These 2 outfits, or am I? Yeah, it's definitely a second, or it's just a shirt. That should be okay. Let's see. Doop, doop, and doop, and doop. All right. Open up Blender. Where do we go? There we go. Okay, perfect. Doop, doop. And let's bring in the reference. All right. And we're actually going to make this character 5 feet. Or 5 feet. Around there. Okay. And on 6. 6. Scale them down. Right about there. Okay. Too many things. Blue. Save. This Straighten UV tool is amazing, by the way. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. Yes, it for especially for the work you're doing, I'm sure it is quite useful. Because you have a lot of hard surface stuff, like mechanical stuff. That's where it works well. For organic stuff, sometimes it's not that great, but for anything that's all quads. All right. So we'll do that. This one. Okay, so these. Interesting. Would you maybe know why my camera rotates when I press play in Unity? Like it just flips. Does it do it slowly or is it automatically upside down? Hey, Pog, you're back, Mr. Wizardman. Oh, welcome, Junie. Hope you're doing well. Hope your animations are going swimmingly. Oh, dummy. I'm going to take these, move it over. About there. I'll actually take this one and do Shift D. 6, 90. Automatic. Make the camera flips over immediately. If it's pointing at something, you might want to turn it around. Oh, I'm doing 3D right now. Oh, heck yeah. If it's flipping immediately. Huh. That sounds like a script. I think that sounds like you have a script on it. So that really just depends on the behavior of that script. It's that time of year again. But I'm actually remembering stuff you taught by now. Oh, good. Well, I hope you find it helpful. But yeah, if it automatically you're dead to me. Welcome, Aya. Hope you're having a good day as well. Oh, not much. We're starting a new avatar. This one. Do I want to subdivide? Yeah, one subdivision. Just one layer. Just one layer of subdivision. Oh, also mirroring. There. We'll do one cut this way. Haircut looks fresh. Oh, thank you. Yes, I went to a wedding over the weekend and got all trimmed up. Finally, it's been needed for a while. And that. Then move this all the way up. Should I do this? I should. There we go. That's better. Do you get free time after your work? I do. Usually I play virtual reality. I end up playing this game called Contractors. It is my favorite. I'll probably do a little bit of that today. I don't know if any of y'all play some shooters. Do you get in-game money? I do not. No, it's not a very big game. But it is probably the most, in my opinion, it is the best VR FPS out there. So I'm sure they'll be charging money for something at some point. what are your thoughts on Overwatch 2? So I thought for the longest time it would be a paid expansion, but apparently the multiplayer it's all free edition. So that's nice. Um, Minecraft is fun. I'm excited to play it. I think it's just they just took so long, and it's like it doesn't really need to be its own game. Like I don't why is it? They haven't like offered an explanation why it's its own game. It just feels kind of unnecessary. And that's kind of a drag. Um, yeah, or sorry, Overwatch 2 will be free for people who bought the first one. Yeah, they switched models to free to play very recently. It will. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood then. So it will be completely free. Okay, that's pretty cool. But other than that, I like playing it. It's fun. I tend to like competitive shooters. Kind of my jam when I play games on my own. As for Minecraft, it's a good game. It's definitely a good game. I don't play it that much because it's kind of a time takes too much time to play, but it's a good game. It's definitely knows what it wants to be. I mean, I was in the beta when it first came out. That was such a long time ago, but I got in the beta when it was relatively new-ish, when it was a new idea, um, which is like wild to think about. But you know what Ark is? I do. Oh, by the way, I'm sick right now. Oh no! Well, I hope you feel better about Minecraft right before it went into beta. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've had that account for years. Um, it's kind of cool to have that. I'm more interested in Minecraft if I'm playing it in VR, which as a VR fanatic, this probably comes as no surprise. um, but it is generally like survival games take too long, and for me, I like immediate gratification when it comes to games, or just immediate engagement. I want to be playing right away. Um, but it's good. It's good. I really liked the mods. There was like one called Thaumaturgy, and like all this spellcraft stuff. That was pretty cool. Um, my camera keeps flipping to one specific location when I press play. Gotcha. Um, so that means that you have probably okay. So if your partner that gave you this FPS script, they probably have it looking at one camera. So there's probably two cameras in your scene. You need to delete your extra camera because it's defaulting to that one. You want to only have. Gotcha. Um, so most likely have an extra camera, but if you are making a script, yeah, you probably want to follow a tutorial or something to make an FPS character. I thought Thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy. Both Bedrock, PlayStation, and Java PC. Oh, interesting. They would never get it right on spells, though. That's fair. Never feel real, if you know what I mean. It was more about just like I like the theme. Minecraft on its own, it's like just like this general. I don't know. It doesn't have like a narrative to it, but I love magic, love spooky magic, so that always felt really fun to me. Followed the tutorial of LMAO. Yeah, that sounds like a. That really sounds like the you have multiple cameras in the scene. Um, so I believe that's what's going on. Or your script to animate the camera is targeting the wrong camera. You need to make sure that it's actually trying to move that camera. I think it's because my model may be rotated in Blender. Potentially, you have a negative Y value. When it gets to scripting, though, it's definitely harder to debug because I don't know what the script is or anything like that. I would look through the comments on the YouTube video that you're following and just see if it's any different there or that people have encountered similar problems. Script's working before. Your camera probably shouldn't be a child. It shouldn't be nested in your model. You want your model to be nested to your camera. Sandbox Little Magic is fun though. Heck yeah, Sky Factory. Is that the one where? Oh no, I'm thinking of Skyblock or something. A lot of fun mods. Man, I didn't really play like a crazy amount of Minecraft. I ended up watching a lot of videos of it, like the Yogscast. I always thought they were hilarious. Woofless was the one I grew up with. Interesting. Stormwind Kuznash too. Woofless. I don't know what that is. Woof. Woof woof. My nose. Something like this, I guess. That looks pretty decent. And then we'll extrude this. Remove any crease. And delete those. Woofless. Is it about the wolves in the game? Or the dogs or whatever? My only guess. Rooster Teeth's YDYD series is pretty good for Minecraft. I remember them doing like challenges and stuff, and that was pretty fun. Man, that seems so long ago. It's so wild. I guess it is. It's a long time ago. Especially relative to the internet. I always watched TNT Wars with like Jerome and stuff a long time ago. You did. Interesting. Is it like a narrative thing, or let's see, you did. Okay, so it's more like gotcha. More like the Sips Yogscast stuff, or not like it, but just one of those kind of narrative YouTube Minecraft series. Hardcore mode for Minecraft. Gotcha. Oh, it's hard to yawn. All right, what are my stats right now? All right, we're only at 2K. Hey, a fellow fan. Is this how I want to do this? I'm very static right now. Jerome grind in a lot of videos to keep his keep. Respect, man. Have you ever seen? So if you guys like Rooster Teeth, did you ever see the video of Gavin um, reacting to wet bread? It's one of more of the original Rooster Teeth. Wet bread sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Did he? So Dustin, then we begin eating. Oh, that's gross. That's an old video. Anyway. Do you watch Jelly and Slogman and where are you making up words on Grand Theft Auto doing them races and stuff? That was so good. They're trying to make beer lol. Just say video. Oh, I got distracted. Oh. Yeah. Takes me back to when I had time to watch videos. Man, I watched so much YouTube in the past. Nuts. 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 What do y'all think of this guy's face? Yay, nay. I think it looks. Or I haven't made the face yet. I need to get your opinion once I actually model the face. When packing UVs in Blender, how do you give the space between the islands? Usually I just do it manually. But what you can do is if you have a cube, you can say they're all separated or whatever. So if you pack them, you can select all of them, hit 0.2 and go to individual origins. Or sorry, you hit period, individual origins, or you can go up top right here to this little box, individual origins, and then shrink them like that, just to get that spacing. But also when you pack them or you unwrap, let's see. Sorry, I need to choose a different model. Or actually, this is fine. A cube, mark seam, and I unwrap them. Boom. In the unwrap settings here, there is also this margin option. So you can just kind of easily get that spacing. Everyone has nostalgia, almost. Glasses, though, harder no. By the way, in mythology, you would be a dwarf. You work hard work on metal. I appreciate that. I don't doubt it. I definitely like making things. I just need a beard now. A big old bushy beard. Ooh. And they dug too deep. Too deep. how do I make the face? What's the best way to do that? I could just do another cube. I couldn't fix it, so I made the camera the child of the armature of the character then. Interesting. Instead of the whole mesh. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would definitely do it. Yeah, I wouldn't put the... Again, I would... So generally for like... let me open Unity. You want your camera... So usually in video games, like it's not actually your character cannot have a beard too itchy. Yeah, I'm not a fan of having a beard as well. Too much for me. But generally for your character, moving a character, it's like you have a container that's moving your model around, but you're not actually moving the mesh. The mesh is like something that represents the character, but it's not actually the character, if that makes sense. Like for this one, like I would put the movement thing on this top character, but then like the mesh and the skeleton would be inside of that, and then so would the camera. So I would just like make a camera right here, something like that, for her view. But I wouldn't want to parent the camera to the skeleton or the mesh. I only want to parent the camera to the object that's actually moving around, which should be like the parent object. So that's generally how it works. There's exceptions. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like that character. The slime changes color. I just have the mesh moving. I would have it so that the mesh is just a child, and by child I mean like a object inside the container that's moving around, because it's easier to have things interact that way. I would create an empty object, and it probably has a collider on it, like a capsule collider or something, like this. Bada boom. Let's say radius 1, height 2. .5. Goodness grief. So like you'd have this capsule object that you're moving around and is colliding and stuff, and then your character would be a child of that, or your mesh. Because it's like in a video game, there's nothing that things don't really interact in the same way as real life. Your character in a video game is just like, it's honestly kind of an abstract representation of what's happening. In Minecraft, like when someone hits you, they're hitting your collider, which then causes an animation to play, but it's not actually hitting your character. That makes sense. It's like you're just trying to trigger certain things at certain times. So it's kind of easier to make have them separated so that you can just make those interactions easier, in an easier way, in a more streamlined way. Why is it inside out? It's so sharp right now. I'm going to apply the mirror so that I can make this neck easier. Bam! Let's scale it up. And we'll grab these, turn on symmetry. That, just make that collar. Scale that up, turn off the crease. There we go. Okay, that's a nice neck. Now that's a nice neck. Da, 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 da. Now we do have these shorts. They look a bit better like that. Could also get one more crease. Yeah. Sure, that looks good. Then we need a floob. Basically 2 avatars. It's going to be a little hard to do these together. That doesn't work. I think I may just have to child the camera to the armature. Certainly can, but you don't have to make them dependent on each other. What I was trying to say earlier is that like you don't try to just break everything up to its simplest component. Like if a camera doesn't have to rely on anything, then I wouldn't make it rely on anything. Like it should really only be the script affecting the camera. You should get a script to make the camera follow the character. That can work as well. Um, uh, let's see. In Unity, if I go to the Unity editor and we new project, I swear there's an FPS. There is a first-person example setup that you could do if you wanted to, but FPX micro game. Turn the script off and it stopped rotating. Yeah, so it's definitely the script doing it, but time to get another one. Yeah, if since this is kind of your first foray into scripting, you know, there's definitely going to be a lot of unknowns when you're doing it. Actually, we'll just do that. That. Like When I press play in Unity, what is the max frame rate? Because my fan becomes loud, lol. There is no max. It's gonna just go as fast as it can. I think you can adjust that in your project settings. But generally it's just going to use the maximum amount, just like Blender, in a sense. Just using whatever's available. And that's technically what games do too, but check out the profiler. I can tell you what is slow. It can tell you what's slowing down your game. It's not slowing down, it's just running the max frame rate it can, which I want to turn down. Yeah, so you'll want to check your project settings. So somewhere in here, edit, project settings. Believe you can change your stuff. Physics, quality, yeah. So in quality here, what you can do is you can turn off these qualities. Right now it's set to this VR chat stuff, but I would just set it so only the lowest setting is enabled, or perhaps the medium setting, because it's going to default to whatever the highest can be. But that's in project settings, quality. Yeah. Quality. Now that I think about it, I want to make like a massive superstore or something. You were tiny like an ant. There are tiny AIs trying to kill you as well. You got grappling hooks and you can climb up shelves and things like that. Oh, heck yeah. Small Soldiers. I love that movie. Which will probably not happen. It'll certainly take time. Yeah, definitely stick with what's bite sized in terms of learning. You know, your first game should be, can this character move? Or at least what's fun, what keeps you engaged. I think I can do within months. Yeah, absolutely. Joking hell no. Ooh. Well, you can certainly make a simple version of it within a month or two. But it should all be little bite sized pieces that allow you to come back to it. The hard part is not overwhelming yourself when you're learning a bunch of new stuff, especially stuff like coding, because there's certainly a lot to it. I wish. We'll try that. Excuse me. Sorry to yawn. I'm sleepy. All right, let's get the hands. We're going to steal some hands, as we usually do. Give me them hands. Uh-oh, does not have the same amount. Thought it would. This is 10. This is 8. So I gotta get rid of some. Ooh. I wish my friend had a PC. He's really into making games and learn how to code in C# on his Chromebook from school. Oh man, well, good for him. Sometimes there's like scholarships for like learning how to code and stuff. Um, you know, he should talk to his school. Be like, I really want to learn how to make games. Are there any scholarships available for or grants? That might be a little bit much for, because I know that you're believing basically high school, so sometimes that's usually more for college kids, but it's possible. A lot of times there's like organizations that will fund students, so definitely worth looking into. I mean, can't go wrong with free money, right? But there's always a catch. Yeah, you might have to do some homework, but um, or like extra classes or something. Sometimes they just want you to enter a contest or something. Oh, but there are certainly a lot of people with money looking to support people in their kind of initial steps into careers, things like that. Um, oh, excuse me. Sorry, I hope that didn't come across as harsh. I didn't mean like, oh, you have to do your homework as in you should do your homework. I'm just saying like that they usually do want some sort of academic uh, sort of objective with it. But I mean, there are tons of grants and scholarships out there, and the UK especially is pretty good about supporting or making those. It's like the US, pretty hard to find those kinds of things, uh, depending on where you live. But you would definitely, I mean, you could get a whole computer just for signing up for a program. Yeah, it just might be worth talking to a teacher about or someone. Just be like, hey, I want to make video games. Are there grants or scholarships for this kind of thing? There we go. Looking pretty good. All right, we're going to switch over to our bird boy in just a little bit, but for now we continue our work here. The damn it, it really doubled or tripled what we needed. All right, so we're gonna have to go through here and get rid of some of these vertices on the hands. It's too much. Like I think there's basically some game jams that do scholarships and stuff. Like game jams for high school students or whatever is the applicable term. Um, you can basically get paid to learn, and that's pretty cool. Especially if you're learning something you want to learn anyway. I only say that because I would have wanted to have those taken advantage of those opportunities when they were around. Already at 12K? It's nuts. It's too much. It means we should probably turn off the subdivision. No, we need the subdivision. is it so much? It's really just the hand. Is there a way to duplicate a small set of polygons that part of a full mesh? You should just be able to select them and hit Shift D or duplicate. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. But yeah, you can just duplicate your selection and then hit P to separate it. P as in Paul. Hey, no worries. Honestly, it's like that's just how it goes with 3D programs. It's like, can this actually work? How did I get away with hands on Boog? So Boog is over 10K. Gotcha. And Boog, we did not subdivide the hands. We just kept them separate. Which I can do. Could keep the arms as a separate object. Maybe. Let's do something like this. There we go. All right, that is much more efficient. Mucho more efficiento. Efficiento. Bull. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I'm spacing out hardcore right now. That's what I get for eating a Dairy Queen Blizzard. Brain fog. No more sugar. Should be my mantra. My mantra. Okay, I have to get a script to follow the player because I got a new script and this ain't working. All right, well, here's what I will recommend, Big Poop. When you go to your project menu, or Unity Hub, when you go to New Project, there is a FPS micro game, like project that you can download. You can make a new project with FPS scripts like ready to go. I think there's another one too, just a first person one or a FPS micro game one. I don't know if the micro game's quite the same thing, but the first person or a third person, whichever one you prefer, all of those will help quite a bit because they'll just kind of give you some basic scripts to just play with right away. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. And then it's probably also like Unity. Starting over is always good too. Learning requires failing. Starting over a lot. That is very true, especially with Unity. And then Unity Technologies also has an FPS sample game, but this one is quite dense, and it's not like an easy thing to do. So for your mesh, like it's basically your ignore the VR chat character, but like this should be your FPS script, and then this should be your mesh here, and then you should have a camera in here. Like this is basically what it should look like. Your mesh shouldn't affect your camera. Like there shouldn't be a way for your mesh to affect your camera. Let me put it that way. That's what I have. And if that is the case, then your mesh is not affecting your camera at all. That means it would have nothing to do with your mesh. Like you could turn this off. You could turn your mesh off and see if it works still. In fact, you could just put in a cube instead, like there, or a capsule, or just anything to kind of visualize where your script is. Yeah, I would just break it down and like only test one thing at a time and remove anything else that could affect that thing. So you just because you don't want to do like you don't want to test a few things at once. You only want to test one thing at a time. What can you remove to make it work, or what's the smallest you can make your script in order for it to do roughly what you want. Say once you have a set of stacked UV islands, is there a way to unwrap the rest of the model with the UV stacks intact? Yes, there is. And this is one of my favorite features for UV unwrapping. But you can, in your UV islands, you can select things and then you hit P as in Paul and you pin it. So it'll just make the vertexes red. So if you have your stacked UV islands, just pin all of them and then everything else should behave as long as it has the correct seams. It should stay in place, basically. Yeah, pinning is super useful, super useful, especially with the live unwrap option right here. So the UV live unwrap, because you can basically like pin two corners and then like move them around, or one of the pinned corners around, and just kind of play with. It's much more intuitive, in my opinion. It's like you're actually moving a piece of fabric rather than like rendering something. Like, oh, what does it look like now? Well, let me click it again. What does it look like now? And with Unwrap, you can really just like see it in real time what you're doing. All right, I'm gonna take some screenshots of this character, and then we are moving on. I take that back. I just want a really basic head first. We need a head. So we're gonna mirror and zip that. Interesting character. Oh, thank you, Kyomri. This character is we're building him for quest, so he's going to be a very low poly character. He looks like a little alien right now, though. I got him in peace. All right, that is enough work on Paloobs for today. Paloob. Paloob. Let's go ahead and just get a little organized, though. Paloob. All right. Screenshot time. Interested to see how I'm going to do the hair. That will be interesting. All right, and let's make a copy. Plubes, flip, 01. Modeling. Always good to make a backup copy. All right, now let's move on to Indy. Our boy Indy. But I do have to go to the restroom, so I'll be right Everyone, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. Yo, Bird Boy. You should make challenges for points. Like a 10K, you would do something. 100K. I will do. Better be sorry. I'm back, Junie. What do you need help with, Blender? Lay it on me. What do you need help with? Hit me. Hit me. Oops. Just subdivision on this guy. I don't have a subdivision on it. There's no reason not to subdivide, right? He's gonna need clothes. We're only at 30K. As well. Better be sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have a shape that I don't want affected by the mirror modifier. How do I copy paste it into a different object? Gotcha. That's pretty straightforward. So in edit mode, so if I have my cube here, you can just select whatever you want to remove and hit P as in Paul and separate by selection. And so now you'll have two objects, and you can just remove the mirror modifier on that new object. So there are 4 big toes, and we have 4 of these here. So this is perfect. Yes, it is perfect. Boom. Then boom. Then boom. And boom. Now, these ones. So we'll kind of level this out. And same with this one. Something like that, I think. Did that work for you? Toes. And the shape didn't even need to be isolated like it was. Literally the press of one key. Knowledge is power in the world of Blender. But you don't always know what's what. That doesn't look good. I don't like how that looks. Let's go back. Oh. Move it forward like this. Just like that. That looks better. Excuse me. The abs look good. Those definitely look very similar to the abs here. That is exactly what we want. Someone talking right outside my window. Abtastic. Right, I think I found the big problem has been causing all of this. The side of my mesh is the front, if you know what I mean. Okay. What's the hotkey for flipping this object? I already have an orientation at center of mass. It's a few key steps to flip something. So just depending on where you're oriented, you want to hit S for scale. So I'll do it in edit mode, and I'll move it over here. So right now I set my origin to cursor, S, X, -1. And then you just want to recalculate your normals afterwards. But S, or if I had it SZ, so you're just flipping it, or you're creating a negative, you're multiplying your object by -1, flipping it to the other side. Let's make some eyeballs. Oh wait, I already have eyes. Let's move the eyeballs into position. Would you know how to fix that? So you want to double check your export settings. On your mesh, does it say in Unity, do you know the scale of your mesh in Unity? Like here we have the scale. These values should be 1 in both VRChat and Unity. If they're not, I believe I've already... Okay, 111. How about the parent object, or the parent, the like topmost object? I've forgotten where to flip the normals, but I will find this one. I've done this so many times before. It's just Shift N. Same as 111. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that means that in Blender, your object should be facing, so like the front of your object should be pointed towards the -y direction. That is the front. Edit mode, insert face. Oh, right, perfect. We'll shift what X to. Yes, it does. Sometimes it can mess things up. But yeah, so in Blender, you want to make sure all your transforms are zeroed out and your scale is 1, and that your model is facing towards the negative y. Said it was rotated. It's a little difficult because you said it was rotated vertically, and that is a little bit different in Unity than it is in Blender. But I definitely follow those hunches. When I try, but the rotating back to 0 because of 90, now the bones glitch out and shit, IDK what to do. So what you need to do is take your skeleton and imagine that it's in moving the mesh too. Right now, it's in my case, it's not, but you want to go into pose mode, rotate your skeleton 90 degrees, or what, towards negative y, and then select your mesh and apply your armature. Or you don't have to apply your armature. You could just remove it. You could just remove it. So first you move your skeleton 90 degrees in pose mode, specifically in pose mode. But you have to make sure it's not moving your mesh. So you move it and then you select everything, apply the pose. Apply pose as rest pose. And then now your skeleton's facing the right way. Again, in object mode, everything should be zeroed out, scale of 1. And then you do the same thing with your mesh. Make sure it's pointed the right way, everything's scaled out, blah, 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 blah. And then put your armature modifier back on and select your skeleton. Boom. So it'll just, you can't do it all at the same time, but you can just do it once on your skeleton and then once on your rotate your skeleton first, rotate your mesh first. Just don't have them linked together. You want to unlink them, make those changes, link them back together, basically. And then you should be good to go. Then it should retain your groups and weights and stuff like that. First, you move your skeleton. My head immediately swing your arms from side to side. Let's go. Do the Mario. Take a step, and then again. Come on, it's time. Do the Mario. Technically, you're moving your skeleton. Or is your skeleton moving you? Bum, bum, ba. No, technically, you're moving your skeleton. Or your bones are moving. Your muscles are moving your skeleton. Really just a squishy brain piloting a bone neck wrapped in a flesh suit. Exactly. Every day is Neon Genesis Evangelion, but like a personal version. Think about it. You think everything makes sense? Nothing makes sense. You might as well make nonsense. It's true. Optimistic nihilism. All right, so let's make some of these spikes here. Here on the ear. Here on the ear. I'm going to do these first. Extrude this. Then dissolve these. And do that. Yeah. Yeah, looks good. And let's sharpen the tip of this one. Maybe this one. That didn't work well. I am reapplying the modifier added the armature. What do I add for the vertex groups? So all you need to do is rotate them, so the steps are unlink your armature and your mesh. So remove the armature modifier, rotate your skeleton, rotate your mesh, make sure all your transforms are applied, make sure your pose mode is applied, and then just relink them. You shouldn't have to touch your vertex groups at all. The key thing is that by unlinking the modifier and then making sure everything's zeroed out, your vertex groups will be looking at the bones from the correct position. Yeah, you shouldn't have to do anything for your vertex groups. It should just work at that point. Let's make the talons sharp. Sharp talons. Still not what Still not sure what I put in the armature mod. Oh, my apologies. That is your skeleton. So you're just pointing it to your skeleton. So basically, the armature knows this mesh is listening to this skeleton. This is the skeleton that controls the mesh. So the vertex groups should just that as long as the vertex groups are just named after the bones in the skeleton. So if that skeleton has bones that are named after share the same name as the vertex groups, then they will listen to each other. That's the only thing you need to link them. To link a skeleton and a yeah, you know what I'm saying. Excuse me. When I press Alt G, it still doesn't reset the fingers. I believe that was something you encountered last time we were streaming, and something else fixed it. there was something else acting on your fingers. I can't remember what it was, but I didn't fix. I don't think so. Um, yeah, I'm unsure what that would be. Generally, there's either if it's not your bones, the Alt G, Alt R, Alt S. You want to try all of those on them. Alt G, Alt R, Alt S to make sure it's nothing regarding the position, rotation, or scale. Those are kind of your main culprits when it comes to things not quite working right for the pose mode. And if it's not that, that means it's a keyframe. I believe it was a keyframe last time. All right, this is looking pretty good. Something like that. A little bit rounder, if we can. And then we want to get this, increase those, extrude them, scale them. Nice, a little intense. Why is this so slow right now? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that looks pretty good. I've got pretty much another hour of work, and then I will be done for the day. I don't want to select the whole map like this. It's kind of annoying. Don't want that either. Have to be this. Okay. Why is it so laggy? Can't be. It's not playing. It just says one level of. Huh. No drop frames. Something must be. Okay. It was a subdivision. Interesting. I'm a little surprised, but I can work around. I can work with it. Okay. So EY 0.6. That's X. Like that. Now we have this beak interior. Right. Okay. So now What? No. What? I'm gonna make the beak a little bit thinner. Might be easier just to solidify the whole beak. Maybe. It's really hard to say. Well, here's a better idea. What's the tongue gonna look like? All right, something like that. Time to Google image search bird tongue. Bird tongue soup. Ugh. Man, birds are fucking weird. Geese have spines on their tongue? Geese have teeth on their tongue. It's pretty terrifying. Well, I didn't want to know that, honestly. I'm gonna look up parrot tongue. This looks like a tongue. You want to see a goose tongue? Goose tongue. It's actually terrifying. It's a dodo. Parrots are cute, though. All right. So we'll go for something like that. I guess there's no teeth because he's a bird. So no teeth. Just bird. Duck teeth scary. I agree. That was definitely more haunting than I thought it was going to be. Do something like this, and then we're going to extrude face along like that. delete that. That was the wrong thing to delete. Let's take this edge and do V, G's, like that. Now we have this little gap. Then we'll try that again. E. Like that. Okay, so there's the cavity. And there we go. Got the mouth interior. Apparently you can train parrots and do anything with them, really. Yeah, parrots are super smart. The problem with getting some parrots, not all of them, I think it's a gray parrot or something, they'll live longer than you. They live like 9 years. It's like you're buying some. It's like buying a tortoise. It's like it's a little too much for a pet because they will just straight up live longer than you. Which I don't know. It's not really a problem if you got people to look after it afterwards, but certainly something to consider. Grab these. Actually, what is this? What's this point? Gotcha. So it's these points. E. Okay, so this should go. Let me delete those. There's V. I'd like to make a square. I'm gonna do this. Hide that. So we're just looking at this top piece. And we could just do this. It's not bad, actually. Yeah, we'll do this. Bam. Okay, this one, this one. Then we got this cut here. We can make a full. No, I take it back. Don't want to risk that. Through, bam. And same thing. We take this, F, F. There we go. Then these two edges we will mark sharp. Bam. What's going on here? This should be the one that's creased. Is there a shortcut for going into pose mode? Control Tab. You just look so funny. I think these two should be merged. That's better. Yeah, like that. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on now. That kind of hurt my brain. That was difficult getting that little spot to work correctly. But I see it now. I feel it now, Mr. Krabs. All right, something like this, and then let's make a little throat, basically. Why does it get so laggy? Okay. So next will be the wings. That's kind of the main chunk of work that remains. So we've got the throat done. We've got the tongue done. There's not much more to do when it comes to the mouth. Throwing the bottle away. Now, when it comes to the wings, got some questions. Wings are going to be difficult. They're going to be expensive. And we got this one. Is that on the back of the foot? Okay, so the foot needs a little bit of change. Bring these back. Like this. And here, we're going to have this shape, which is basically these ones, even this one. And it's really this section here kind of comes in. This spot will go down. These will come together. That. And then, boom. Shrink. All right. Oh, I really don't want to do the mornings now. But there are other things to do. Fuck this, I ain't weight painting, man. Welcome. Welcome to hell. It is a pain. I am not gonna lie. As long as it works for me, at least. Absolutely. Yeah, I think I strongly believe that your goal at where you're at right now is just to get to the fun parts as quickly as possible. It's like that's the important part, is to be having fun and kind of learning the broad strokes. Uh, Getting bogged down in the awful parts of game development will definitely ruin it for you. So just focus on the fun stuff. I think you'll be fine. Find what's fun, stick with it. Taking off my socks. Oh, I need to change my alarm. By the way, do you know how transitions work? Um, Depends on what you're referring to. Transitions in what context? I'll be right back. So, like, if I'm walking with the gun and I was going to do a running motion, like the part I'm animating is the walking, running. How about the transformation between the walking and running? How does it work? So basically, what you'll need to you do animation is the animator, um, and so for like it will automatically blend certain values. Um, so like and you're walking, like your gun goes up and down, and then the running, it goes up and down faster, right? So it's like as it transitions from the walking to the running, all it's doing is uh, tweening, so in betweening those between those values between the so it should blend quite smoothly, but generally you are blending. It just blends between the values of the two animations. Um, it'll make more sense once you start experimenting with them, but you'll want to look into creating an animator. I don't really have any good examples to show, so I don't know why I opened this, but it's not too bad. Only if it's important. Only if you want, like, say, uh, um, say you're imagine a third person character, and like you can add additional animations between that, like depending on if you're going to do it really fast or it's like a slow like you just the person moves the joystick really slowly, then you'll want a slower and a in betweening. So it's that's totally up to you. Animation is kind of the spot where it's like it can have as much complexity as you want to give it, if that makes sense. It's like whatever you don't want to add doesn't need to be there. You know, if you don't want it to have that, then it doesn't need to have it. Um, uh, but if you want to keep adding more detail, more nuance and stuff, you totally can. But it's just how much time you want to spend on it. What I would recommend is just do as simple as possible all the animations that you know you want, and then from there you'll learn what you want to do next. Yeah, if you don't want an in between, you don't have to have one. If you do want one, you can add one. But uh, yeah, yeah. I don't mean to reiterate myself, but I honestly, animation can just like anything in game design, and as I'm sure you're experiencing right now, it's just like it can be as complex as you want it to be, or as simple as you want it to be. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Araujo 1998 JBR. Welcome. Working on a VR chat avatar right now for a client of mine, but welcome to the stream. How can I delete an animation in Blender? So um, you can't delete it directly, but you can uncheck that shield icon, and then the next time you load it, it won't be there. Um, that should be the best way. Also, I definitely recommend making duplicate files of your work as you go, so you just have backups of your files, uh, so that if you ever want that animation back, uh, it's there, just in case. I have multiple of the same animation. Okay, yeah, yeah. Then just remove the shield icon. You just uncheck it, and then should be gone the next time you load the Blender file. This is too dense. A little bit less dense. I have never done something on 3D, but shit, that looks very difficult to do. It definitely can be. It's taken me quite a while to learn, uh, but I love it. And to create a new animation, I press new action. Exactly. That is exactly correct. Big Poop here, or the other person chatting, is learning Blender right now. And I think he enjoys learning it, but he definitely, um, it's painful sometimes. just not always fun, you know? I do a lot. Once I tried, but my PC started burning trying to run Blender. Yeah, you definitely. I've saved up to get my computer. Even now, even just today, I was having some trouble with it lagging with Blender. But it's built for VR too, so hopefully we can get it running sometime. Fine. I wish you well looking for a good computer. I enjoy it, but it gets annoying when you don't know how to do something. And then there's Sam right here that does everything, so I asked him. Oh man, Blender is one of those lightweight modeling programs too. It is. It is. ZBrush would definitely melt your computer. Yeah, Maya is a kind of a common one. Uh, Cinema 4D. There are quite a few out there for sure. 3ds Max or industry standard. Exactly correct. But those are paid programs. So you don't always have to pay for them if you find them in the right spot, but I won't say any more than that. Blender, it's more like for video games, or can it be used in other industries? There's a lot of uses for 3D modeling software. Mostly Blender is used for game design, I would say. The next most common use case is like visual effects for movies. And then after that, there's like, yeah, exactly, Blender animation. There's a lot of Blender animation as well. Um, then, really outside of like entertainment, it would be stuff like architecture visualization. Um, but you can also engineer parts for machines, 3D printing. So Blender is in this spot where it's very easy to make new versions of Blender for whatever type of application you want. So there are a lot of different versions of Blender out there for very specific cases, um, like CAD is like how is what they use to engineer parts for like machine shops. So that's one version of Blender that's out there, and there's a lot more too. But I would say video games and visual effects are like the biggest ones, the biggest use cases. That's about 90% of what what it's used for. But yeah, if you go to like Twitter or something and search Blender or artstation.com, you can see a lot of really cool art people have made with Blender. It's a really long tail. Yes, it is. Yes, indeed. Trying to match this reference. A little hard to see the tail, end of the tail here, but it's all the way there. We're going to make some wings as well. That will probably be tomorrow that we finish them. I think I'll have to redo this rough too. It's just not quite as pointy as I would like. Pointy. Maybe we'll just go through and give it some details. Yeah, that's nice. Give some light variation. Yeah, it's perfect. I like it. Chicken neck. Yeah, well, it looks right now. It looks more like Goosebumps. Got to try to get it more like a feathering kind of look. It's supposed to be a griffin, not a chicken. A griffin. But yeah, if you have interest in Blender, definitely recommend checking out YouTube tutorials and stuff. There's so much you can do with it. It's awesome. Probably my favorite tool. Big poop. Like one of the problems I have right now, why can I not select my bones while holding left click and box selecting? Olivia was doing it 10 minutes ago. Are you in weight painting mode? If so, make sure that you have both your skeleton and the mesh selected. You can only do that if you have both selected. There's a tutorial for literally everything. Yes, it's very true. Pose. So there's a few different types of select tool, your select tool here. You can cycle through them with W. So you should be able, just make sure you're on the right one there. The other ones work, but box select doesn't. It was working 5 minutes ago. Make sure you're not hitting shift before selecting. You want to hit B first, not shift B. Shift B is like a zoom, and then B shift is like a deselect. You want to just hit B. B drag. B drag. Yeah, make sure you hit B and nothing else. For box select, you don't press B. Just hold left click. Okay, yeah, then that's definitely, you have to make sure that you're in select box as the tool. If you're on tweak, it won't work. You have to be on select box. And I am unsure. Oh, there's also these select modes here up top, right next to it. Make sure you're on that leftmost one. Actually, I'm just here because I need to practice my English listening and reading. Okay. Also speaking, but that will come later. I was looking for some interesting content like 3D modeling. Oh, well, yeah, I definitely don't mind. All right, I'm glad that you're learning. That's exciting. Yep, there you go. What do you mean, there you go? There you go? Perfect. Okay, good. Well, I do speak English, but my grammar is not necessarily the best at all times. Are you going to add bones on each of those feathers? I don't think so. Especially with the wings. Like the wings will probably take a lot of bones. So most likely I'll just be doing the ears, the wings, and the tail. And that'll probably be most of the bones. Though I have found some ways to cheat and add bones in a cheaper way. So potentially I could add it to the feathers. The problem is the feathers are so close to the neck that I really risk if they move around, they might go through the neck. Yeah, your only difficulty, Aurelio, might be that there's a lot of weird terminology for a lot of weird words for working in Blender. Just a bunch of strange terms. By the way, whilst I'm animating my gun, I took the sight off and I have my second model with the sight. I can just attach the second model sight on the animated one, right? Yes. As long as you parent it or use some sort of script. But there's in Unity there's the parent constraint. But yeah, you can add it later and it'll copy the animations and stuff. Polygons, vertices, edge loops, topology. I'll quiz you at the end. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes all I think about is you. Hey, where Van Ricken meow. Oh. Okay, another 10 minutes and then that is it. When you add the feathers, you also need to add the properties on how it's supposed to move or it's static. Um, so making it move is a process called rigging, where you rig the like a puppet. Um, so some of them will move with the head, others will move with the neck, and also be making a full set of wings too, and they'll all have little pieces. Um, so it just depends on where it is on the body, but they all should move to some degree. Like these ones will move with the head, and then these ones will move with the neck, and then I'll be adding some on the ears, and those will move with the ears. And so a little bit all around. But yeah, it's a fun process. Kind of like the character in the background is looking at me like trying to seduce me. It's got those eyebrows. I can't do that. He's a sexy griffin. Most of the work I do on here is for clients. So I've yet to make my own avatar. Um, really do need to make my own avatar at some point. It's kind of a necessity. Necessity. A simple, bare necessity. What would you want your avatar to look like? That's what I always get hung up on. It's like, oh man, what would be cool to make? And then I just spend all day thinking about it, and then I never know what I want. um, but I have some more ideas now. I want. I'll probably be wanting to make something that's a little more like classical, like Renaissance kind of stuff. I think that's kind of what occurred to me during my travels. Well, you do lots of different ones, so you can really refine to um, your own look later one, I guess. That's very true. That's very true. I think just general e-boy fuckery. No, I'm just kidding. Bam. All right, bringing the eyebrows back. Actually, yeah, like that. These ones here also be creased. Maybe. And then he's looking good though. Definitely heading the right direction. And then looking at his eye, there is this top eyelash. So we do want to make that. Also this eye crease. So do 1, 2, mark sharp. Boom. Something like this. All right. Yeah. Then we'll do one cut, loop cut here. So we can do this. Like, do M at last. Then that. Then we'll resolve this one. Cut. Yep, nope, I messed up. Where did I mess up though? This is where I messed up. This should go. Ah, I see. Okay. Undo, undo, undo. Here to here. Maybe here to here, M at last. And then here to here, M at last. Perfect. Okay. Then we dissolve this edge. And then here, take that one, move it out, up. Boom, boom, boom. All right, that should work. All right. This one, crease. And this one, crease. Bam. All right. So now we got a nice eyelash on the eyeball. We can go through, mark sharp. Look at that. Look at that. Interesting. That gives him a very different look with more life. Good. That is good to hear. Yeah, the little eye, making the eye kind of sharp. Making him look like he's really looking at things. we go. I do lots of robots, and having no lashes makes them soulless like me, so I guess I'm a robot. No, robots are very. I mean, Wall-E had pretty limited. Oh, he did have eyebrows, though. All right, well, other robots have been known to have expressions. I'm trying to think of a robot that didn't have eyebrows. Are you saying you don't have eyebrows in real life? No judgment if you do. If you don't. Hell 9000. Yeah, this is one eyebrow or one eyelash that goes all the way around. That certainly he certainly looks a lot better now. Here helps bring out all the character. I mean, Eve. Like, did Eve have eyebrows from Wall-E? She didn't have eyebrows. She just had eyes. Okay, that looks really good. He's coming together really quick. We're gonna have to be really smart with the next set of things to model because we have to make this outfit, which is pretty simple: pants, shirt, jacket, hat. But we do also need to create the wings. That will be much harder. That's actually where it gets complex. But we're gonna try. The real kicker is we're already at 43,000 triangles, and we want to keep the total under 70,000, which could be a challenge. So that's the goal. But it is a goal we will pick up tomorrow. I am going to go ahead and end the stream today. I have some chores to do and grocery shopping to do. But I will be back tomorrow. I stream 9 a.m., 5 p.m. Central, so I'll be back 9 a.m. tomorrow, or right around then. And I'm looking forward to another day hanging out with y'all, kicking butt, getting some work done. As I come back, you go off. I'm sorry, Big Poop. It is time. Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow as well. You will have a fantastic rest of your day, night, or morning. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye.